Hello! I'm sure I had something to say, but I don't know what it was. I think right now we're grilling Iris, is that correct? Also, what do you think... so, during the initial investigation, they always have a character, when they have them in the detention center, sometimes you go there and Phoenix is like, oh, they're not here, they're in questioning. Which, like, cool, but I just realized we never learn, like, any of the results of those questioning sessions. Like, ever. And, like, what does that mean? Anyway, where are we at? What are we doing? Godo is saying some bullshit, I think? He has to explain himself for whatever reason? The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Great. Awesome. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. Uh-huh. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Also, is he saying that there should have been light and she should have been able to see what was going on? Or, like, what's he getting at here? Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? How come I keep doing this? I keep having these, like, moments of, like, you know, fucking... What's it... Like... What would you call that? What is it called when you say the same thing as they say in the show or whatever? I don't know what to call that. I feel like I'm on another planet. I feel like I don't know where anyone is. I don't know. Anyway. Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? Why? I think you're lying. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Okay, well, no, this isn't. We know this is not true because the lights around the tiki torch type lights around the big lantern were lit, weren't they? Most enlightening. Coffee's gray. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Well, why would there even have been an altercation if they both didn't know who the other was? Allegedly. This alleged altercation that so allegedly happened. What? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would somebody just start trying to kill somebody else and they don't even know who they are? Like, logically, at least. I'm sure there's, like an insanity defense you could make here, but anyway. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Yup. Order in the court. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Was not lit the night of the crime. Okay. That's fine. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Good eyes, Judge. Why did... Oh, Godo can't see it. What? Why, it's written in blood. Oh, boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yep.
After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Fucking why? It certainly looks that way. Does it look that way? I don't know.
Objection.
Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Phoenix, you know that he can't see that. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. He couldn't see the ketchup on Maggie's apron either. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. Also, I would not describe that as goggles, frankly. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godo? Anything further? He's having a hard time in here today. Mr. Godo? Okay then. Let's move on. Godo is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I don't understand how he thought he was going to be able to do these murder trials when sometimes blood being evidence is a thing. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong! Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Alright. Testimony number fucking 6, I think? I'm exaggerating, but...
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Azakura Temple and... I used the Shichichito to alter the way the wound looked.
Okay. So you moved the body?
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan.
Sobbing constantly.
But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
Wait, so she's saying that if it wasn't Misty, it would be more fine than it was? Is that what she means right now? A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor. Doesn't matter, honestly. What he means?
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Does it? Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Thank you. I would love to do nothing more. There's something real fishy about this, and I don't like it. Okay, after Mystic Elise died, she called out to Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
Objection!
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. I think that's bad for you to say. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? This is what I'm saying.
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
Why? I thought it was her duty. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
She removed the body from the temple herself. Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? Okay. Let's think about that. The snow. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. Also, doesn't that not match up with the lightning? 10:45 lightning struck. Also, we don't know anything about the fall yet. Tracks photo.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
I don't know, Iris, it fucking burned down and I fell through it, so... It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Yeah, that's a good fucking question. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that I would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya.
Why? She could have just wandered away in a stupor, for all anyone knows.
That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Alright, then she used the snowmobile to carry it back. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Of course I should. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night. So I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
Objection!
I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Oh. That's interesting.
Excuse me?
Goto, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
Did it have snow on it at the time? I can't remember what she said. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Well, well. He's doing my job for me. Mr. Goto, why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe... Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Hi, Yuki.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Why would Godo want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. I am appreciative that he pointed it out though, because I would have forgotten that. Because that testimony for me was like fucking 2 weeks ago or something. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
Yes. I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought, anyway. And then
okay, she used the big sword. So, I don't understand why she thought moving... Like, Maya wasn't in... She did all this stuff to protect Maya from being suspected, allegedly. And now she's telling us that Maya did the thing. Fucking why? Why would you go back on that after you went to so much trouble to fucking disguise the body? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. Or like, definitely. I see. Fuck. What the fuck is going on? You're right, it is. There was a power outage in town a couple of days ago. Like, not near me, but my mom said that the internet was kind of fucked up since then. I think what I'm gonna do... Okay. Yeah, it's way behind. Wow. Okay, what I'm gonna do... I don't think I'm even fucking on screen or anything right now. I'm gonna restart the stream. Wait, not the stream. But yes, the stream. I'm gonna stop stream and go restart the modem real quick. Pin message. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello? God, I hope that worked. Okay. We are gonna have to sit through ads again. Hang on. Unpin. Okay, restart. We'll put that in the... Just in case people... Oh my fucking god. Not restart. Okay, refresh. Jesus. Oh, I'm so stupid. Anyway, I don't know what's going on with my other shit right now. There was a power outage, I guess. Not near me, but like in my city. And like a few days ago. And Mom said the internet had been fucked up since then, but I hadn't noticed. So I'm wondering if maybe it was something like that. I don't know. One can hope. But we do unfortunately have to sit through another ad break. And now the ad breaks are gonna be fucked up forevermore. But whatever. Dude, the longest time for fucking stream elements. Oh my god. While the ad runs, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna look at the fucking bitrate and see what happens. I wonder if I went on Twitch Inspector, what will it tell me right now? I wonder if you end your stream and then you come back later, like a couple of minutes later, does it, like, does it, does it break your streaks, is what I'm trying to say. I really don't know the answer. Anyway, it seems stable right now. So we'll see what happens. I'm trying to grind out the Trackblazer playthroughs it wants me to do by failing careers. I press start and then I press rest for the whole damn thing. Also, hilariously, I got a 2-star spark on this first failed run that I did. I got a 2-star guts spark is what I'm trying to say. Okay. The ad break is done. We've been freed from this hell. All right. I don't fucking remember what we were talking about anymore. Isn't that fun? I have no clue. Anyway, I hope it doesn't fuck up everyone's streaks that I did that, but whatever. It is the fault of my... Yeah. It's working right now, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, I don't know what he's I-seeing about anymore, because I don't remember what we were talking about. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought that you were the one who murdered Miss Donut. It does seem fine for now.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
Yeah, you don't say. You're making it worse. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. I did see that. Your badge did evolve! Oh my god! Wait, that's so cute! Blossom badge. What does that mean? Like, what is it for? But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Uh-huh. Okay. She used the snowmobile. After Mystic Elise died, she called out to Maya. Okay, hang on. I have to look at this shit. What about the orb? Domino's! The pizza people? What the fuck? Yeah, they deserve to be made fun of though for that, because that's bullshit. This is crazy. Physical pizzas. Oh my god. That's so funny. What did we... Oh, hang on. There was a second option in one of these. I think it's this one. Isn't there? Isn't it? But yeah, Sony deserves to be made fun of for that, and I think that the backlash that they're getting, I think they deserve whatever happens. Okay, the snowmobile. Here we go. About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. What do you mean you think? But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? Metal Gear. And then, when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? I think it's important, but off the top of my head, I don't know why. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Was the snow still happening? 10:50. Okay. Oh, and the ball. The ball had snow on it. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record, so I can objection it. Please. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Alright, by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. How? Why? When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie The Grid Revelations. What? What is this reference? What is The Grid Revelations? Hang on. I'm Googling. The Grid Revelations. Someone want to exchange this joke to me. Explain this joke to me. The fucking Matrix. The Matrix Revolutions. That's crazy. The Grid. Wasn't Matrix 4 called Revelations? Resurrections. There's too many words that start with R-E and end in T-I-O-N-S. Anyway. Well then, Mr. Trite. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. Sure. Revolutions. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Revolutions is the one he's referencing. But the new one was Resurrections. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Okay. Yeah. By the time the murder had took place, the snow had already stopped. Extremely definitive statement she's making here. The ball had snow on it, didn't it? The ball was found in the snow, right?
Objection!
Apparently not. The ball is not the answer. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There was 10 minutes in between the stopping of the snow and the last point in time where Misty could have been killed.
Objection!
I can't believe the weather also didn't work. Ball doesn't know ball. And at that point, at that, the fucking autopsy report doesn't work? What the fuck? What is going on here? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I don't have a picture of the incinerator, but that doesn't really matter. What about the talisman? No. Because that didn't have any snow on it. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Let me go through this again. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. The snow. If the snow had stopped by the time of the murder, would the staff have been buried? Is that what they're getting at here? Like, staff? Okay. What the fuck? I can't believe the autopsy report and the weather data both didn't work. Once night falls, the lights out bell. Also, what does gravely roast the master mean? I don't think that's a sentence that makes any sense. And I'm curious what there was something else I thought. Yeah, I don't... Found behind a tree. Okay. Didn't they say it was stuck in the tree? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I can't believe the weather data nor the fucking autopsy report works. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. The orb didn't work, right? Sword. Okay. Hood. I don't know at this point. I don't know what they want me to do. Am I just on the wrong statement? That's crazy. Why would they add it to the testimony if that wasn't the case? Okay, well that makes more sense. Sometimes it's the exact picture they're talking about. Okay, let me go back through these. She called out to Maya. How did she know it was Maya? How did she know it was either of them, by the way? If this happened... By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Let me do this one again. Sometimes you have to do them... You have to do one of them twice, sometimes. The snowmobile. She had the key. The tracks. Those are the tracks. I can only see one set of tracks here. So... I'm not picking something up here. Did I just do this? I think I did. I thought originally that it was going to be this one. Also, if she did this, why wasn't there blood all over the bridge? Body fell 10 feet after death. That's also a crazy thing that we still don't know. Weather. What the fuck? Like, I don't know what I don't understand here. I'm not sure what is going on. Like, I don't know why I can't spot it. It's probably so obvious too, which is the fucking annoying part. The snow had already stopped. I already presented the weather on this one, and I've also presented the snowmobile tracks. I'm just trying stuff now. I removed the body from the temple by myself is crazy. And why didn't you throw it in the river? Okay, wait. It would have been... What did she say? Hang on. the last line. It would have been impossible if not for all the snow, she said. I mean, I've been looking through the evidence. I don't know what the fuck you want me to do at this point. The snow had already stopped by the time the crime took place. This must be like a pretty big area, huh? Misty face image. What do we think her book is about? Oh, regional weather report for the night of the crime. I feel like the weather data there's no blood here either. Like, where is the blood? If she dragged it all the way over there. When are we gonna fucking stop talking about this? Or like, when are we gonna start talking about it, I guess is the question. Opened once before. I wish you could look at the evidence the way that you can look at it in, Rise from the Ashes. It's really annoying that you can't. I don't think that would help me right now. But... do we know? Right now we don't know if Dahlia had any powers. For whatever reason, all three of them have different color hair. I use the snowmobile to carry it back. Is not the murder weapon. What about the ball? I don't think that makes any sense, though. Has blood on it. Dude, what the fuck is going on? I don't understand why I can't figure this out. Like, it's so clear. Like, it's so... I'm sure it's so fucking simple, and I'm just not picking something up. The snow... Yeah, the snow is fucking... But, like, that doesn't... Everything that I would have done... I feel like I've presented everything possible about the snow. Like, this, to me, feels like the most, relevant. But none of the things that mention the time... I mean... There could have been lightning, but... There was only a 5-minute window. So, like, that doesn't help. What about... No. Could you imagine Was... I mean, are they talking about the fucking bridge being out? But that doesn't, like, I don't... What do I even have that talks about that? The fucking map? Like... Dude, I'm so... I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on with me right now. I don't understand why I cannot fucking... Okay. She waited until everything was over.
Objection.
She saw somebody get killed. The judge is useless. She thought it was her duty to protect. She knew who Maya was. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot that she is claiming that she knew who Maya was, and that I felt like I didn't believe her. Remove the body. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. I don't... Why?
Objection.
Like, the bridge could have been out at this point, but I don't... The bridge is sturdy. Why not just throw the body into the river? It would have been easier. This statement makes no fucking sense. Try to take the body as far away as possible.
Objection.
Fuck off. Oh my god. I was just using the fucking evidence on the wrong fucking... Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. I could not fucking figure out what I was missing. I couldn't fucking figure it out. And the fucking one statement that doesn't feel like the contradictory statement is the one it fucking works on? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, you claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. 10:50. 10:40, yeah. And I said something about the fucking 5-minute fucking window. Oh my god. I'm mad. What the hell? What did you say? The bridge. It was on fire. Girl. Yeah. You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Girl, are you telling me you don't fucking know the bridge is gone? This whole time. You know the fucking bridge is out. There's no fucking way that she doesn't know this. There's no fucking way she didn't know that. No, okay. Hang on. Stop. Pause the train here. There's no way that she could not know that the bridge got burned out. She fucking crossed the repaired bridge yesterday. I'm pissed. What the hell is this? Like, she knew the bridge was out. Why is she shocked right now? Unless you're telling me that one was fucking Dahlia that went to that was trying to fucking undo the locks. Like, this is moments like this. I wish that I had arms. I wish that I had a 3D model so I could have arms because I'm fucking gesticulating. Anyway, it looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. A real defense attorney? As opposed to what, Edgeworth? What? She knows the bridge was out. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection.
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. She knows it's out, so this one's Dahlia. I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna call it as if it's real. Oh, old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Yes, it does. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakara Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. Also, how come her face... How come she looks like she's being killed in this picture? He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So you were fucking... Okay. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. So you're saying that you were doing a channel the whole time, is what you're saying. But that doesn't make any sense because you wouldn't remember anything at all if that was the case.
Objection.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection.
It is only human to err. Shut up, Godo! If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? Fucking what now? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no? I know there must be some other way she got across that burnout bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Yeah, because we don't fucking know enough, man. You see what I mean? In other words, gray-ass coffee, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. I'm pissed. What the fuck? Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. Again? About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Wait, we're not even out of the fucking testimony? Yes, Your Honor. We're not out of this one? Will this be her final testimony? Oh, it's a new one. Okay. I was like, am I still in that fucking one I was just stuck on?
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. Ugh. Okay. The judge was doing so good there for a second. He was telling her he was gonna hold her in contempt of court, and now he's fucking back doing this shit. Fucking trying to smash again? Like, fuck off. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down with a lightning blast. The lightning blast? It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Is that how you do a suspension bridge? I just don't feel like that is a normal looking suspension bridge. Kodo uses lightning blast for sure. It's his signature move. Only his line has it. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Okay. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. Fucking Smeargle sketches it. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Final? Says who? What if she says something crazy again? Okay, other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place,
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godo said. The body did make it across somehow.
Okay. So she must have been confused. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped.
I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong.
That's crazy. Staring silently. Does she really think an apology is gonna get her off the hook? I don't even want to find her innocent anymore. I want you to fucking just get out of here, man. Okay, was the snow? Doesn't matter. This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law.
Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today?
Huh? Well, naturally it was,
You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it?
But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. Oh, damn, that sucks. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Strite. It was such a problem that it became a trauma. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Are you saying there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. What would you call them? After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Damn, okay. Are you saying there is a way to cross a burning building? Burning bridge. Burning building? Whomst? Okay. So, here's what we have, right? We have this. And we also have the thing that talks about Elise falling 10 feet. What I don't have is I don't remember how far the fall from the bridge is. I remember that they said the water was 18 feet deep. Wait, no, it was 40 feet, right? Because I remember I tried to figure out the math, whether or not you could survive the fall. What if I present this right now? A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Donim. How come he took her last name? Brilliant, highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. The night that he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Unfortunately, no, it's February. Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air, and you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. I think I'm having a sugar crash. I ate a piece of pound cake before stream. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Goto say that? Bro, I've been saying this since fucking day one! The fucking picture of Larry fucking with his head upside down! Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Okay, well let's save then, because I'm afraid now. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Larice Donim is exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. 11307. 037, actually. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way, I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. But it is what happened. That's this. Are you fucking serious right now? Okay. The sketch. Neither of these make any fucking sense either. A contradiction, I guess. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Laurice Donim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I mean, the whole fucking thing. What do you want me to point at here? Turn the whole fucking page over. Like, what do they want me to... body flying. This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal. What does that mean? Oh my god! I hate you guys so fucking much. I guess the fucking bridge, then. The whole fucking sheet of paper, man. Oh my god. The whole sheet of paper. Like... Is it the fucking wires? Like... Ah! Taken the morning after. Okay, hang on. So, if it's upside down, then it's the one on the left. In this case. It's a contradiction. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Get me past that first fucking... Oh my god. Wire. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Can I show them either or? That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. Yeah. Oh my god. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? That's what I'm saying! Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. No. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. Wait. Hang on. How did he see it from there? There's like a turn. If he looked out at the angle that he's looking in the picture of him looking at whatever it was, he would be looking at like the fucking rock wall. He's looking like he's not looking at what is going on? But then lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. See, look at where the angle of the door compared to where the bridge is in the fucking picture of Heavenly Hall. This doesn't make any fucking sense. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. What do you mean he wasn't at the front door? When was there any indication what door he was at? Or that there was a second door? Doesn't that just look like he's laying in the front door? What? When was there ever another door? Is that supposed to be a window somehow? Like, where is he seeing it from? Like, okay, wait. Hang on. I need, like, a window capture. Hang on. Window capture. MS Paint. Okay. Well, how do we know that, though? From as far as we can tell, there's only the one door. Like, if the river is here, right, and then you come down the stairs like this, the bridge is up here, the shack, the front door of the shack is pointing this way. So how the fuck, if he's in this door, how is he seeing what's going on at the fucking bridge up here? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand how he saw it. It doesn't really matter, but I don't, like, there's just so much going on here that I'm like, this doesn't make any sense, that this feels like a big problem, even though it's not really. It just doesn't work in the context of, like, where they've placed the objects in the scene. Okay, he was lying on his back. It does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! No way. Larice Donham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. Also, there's like a step in front of it. Isn't there like a little wooden step in front of the door? In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Anyway. So then, this sketch should actually I think you finally get it, Your Honor. Finally you get it. That's what I mean. He's laying on the floor, and he's looking out the door. Like, what? The correct way to view Larice Stonium's sketch is like this. If Heavenly Hall was pointed the other direction, then I would be like, yeah, I guess you could see it probably. But the way that they show the picture of him versus the picture of Heavenly Hall, like when you go there. This is how it should actually look. What if what if I hadn't changed the settings so that the text box was transparent? Would you just not be able to see the body down there? The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. What? Off of what? A rope? That one wire?
Objection.
I don't... Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection.
No, you just use the wire. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? I guess this is the best picture of it. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. In front of your beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donium's body. That's crazy. Also, how did they... wouldn't it be more likely that the body would just hit the fucking opposite wall and fall back down? Because there was simply no other way to move the body. You should have just thrown it in the river. And then he drank all of his fucking coffee at once. Mr. Godo. He's waterfalling? It seems that Mr. Godo is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection.
Gray coffee. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. What is then, man? There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? I mean, it fell 10 feet. I guess. Man. This is fucking crazy. I'm gonna get up, I think, real quick. Okay. Let's fucking go. Do I have evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? Not exactly, frankly. Also, if that was the case, how did the killer get over? As well. I guess we'll go with the 10-foot fall? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. You got it. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The fucking judge is like dumb as hell, man. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Frankly, I think it would hit the bottom lip of the cliff and just fall to the center. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. Fucking look at it, man. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Wait, so how did the... So then, are you saying the staff was the proper murder weapon? And that's how it got across with her? What is he saying? Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. I just feel like it would hit the underside of the cliff. I really just feel like that. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. What? Why are you glazing me? I don't trust you. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godo? Assault in coffee with church in court again. That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Oh my god, he's so annoying. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Okay. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice. The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godo is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. That is true. I was wondering that also. How would the killer have gotten across after it? Also swinging? It can't be the co-official language because you would think somebody here in the room would speak it. Besides Godo. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? I mean, it was one of the twins for sure, and I feel like it was probably Iris. Dude, I took French for like 6 years. What do you mean? It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah! But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godo? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in 2 different places at the same time. Wow! Couldn't have fucking seen that coming. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnout bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known.
No! I had no idea! I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? Man, like... I don't know. You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Let's fucking go! I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Surprise! Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It was the Canadian judge that did Dahlia's trial though, right? Or the trial that she was convicted in. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Uh-huh. Oh, yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. It is... Okay, it was him. Okay, this judge was that one. Okay. Why do I feel... Okay. But the... Okay, the Canadian judge was in the case with Terry Falls then. That's why I'm remembering. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I'm remembering him in the past. Okay, okay. I also wonder where that trope came from, because it's very prominent, I feel. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. Well, so what? Grey coffee. Death has no meaning in this courtroom. You know what? Fair enough. You also talked about crawling out of hell. So, like... so, you know. Order! Order! Wait a moment. How can you... My sister! She's already dead! What kind of...
Objection!
Shut up! You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body. The Karain channeling technique? Where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone, on the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. Just happened to be there.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Oh, okay, that's why Pearl is the one to have booked the thing in the first place. Because she was put up to it. Duh.
Objection!
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Because I was thinking, what if they had never fucking come to the training dojo in the first place? But of course they came, because Morgan put her up to going there. What's that? Pearl is the villain. These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. Part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple. Well, they said recently that Karain Village is like starting to recover financially, I think, right? So maybe that's why like nobody questioned it. Was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Literally, how can you tell? How can you tell? They look the fucking same. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. That's crazy. I'm sorry. This is as crazy as the fucking cape in the second game. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. Also, why the fuck are you speaking up right now? Nobody's talking to you. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Yeah, that's kind of my bread and butter around here. To be honest. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switch places? She just has to be, like, kicked out of her body. To be perfectly honest. Didn't they talk about that in Game 2 also? Where, like, the spirit can flip their shit? I have not watched Doctor Strange. I have not seen a Marvel movie since Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and I don't think that, I think there was probably ones that I missed before that one too. I remember watching Avengers, then I remember watching Guardians 1, and I watched Guardians 2, and that's all. That's all I have. I've never seen any MCU stuff past that. There are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Oh, he got booted out. He got ghostified? Okay, has there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia? Probably. There has to be one. She can't do it herself. What if they switched before? Like, before, like, before Dahlia went to jail, before. Because it has to have been before she died. If we're talking physically switching places. Right? Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Also, because when we speak to Iris in the detention center, there's a point where she says something, I think to Edgeworth, about she did something unforgivable to Phoenix. Is that what she said? Something like that? Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Oh, yeah! Oh, yes, because she got away from Edgeworth, and he was all pissed off at himself, and then the locks were there, and she was like, oh my god, where did those come from? But it's like, clearly you were unaccounted for 10 minutes. Unknown. What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was unfortunate. Sorry, man. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Poor Edgy, man. He's doing his best out here.
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
Yep. Maybe so. How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. How did she run during the earthquake? Can you do that? Like, I've never been in a real earthquake. Can you, like, run around and stuff? Like, is it not hard with the fucking ground shaking? And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. I guess, yeah. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. Oh, here she is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her and for myself. Let's fucking go! We gotta get her. End of sentence. Sometimes I expect them to end the sentence different than they do. You know what I noticed? This game, I've done that a few times, where, like, I can't always tell how to deliver the line. Lil Gator game, no fucking problem the entire time. The way that the text was done, like, they played with the size and, like, the vibrations of the text and stuff, the animations. It was so fucking good for that. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Why, did we go into recess? Like, what happened? Also, I forgot that Phoenix has been alone here this entire time. Well, witness? Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Okay. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. He may have bought milk for the 10-minute lunch break, but for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Phoenix. Come fucking on, dude. That was clear from day fucking dot. Yes. You have a problem with that? Literally yes, actually. Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. Uh-huh. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Huh? What? Mr. Goto is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. No one cares, man. To be honest. To kill Maya. Could it be true? Yeah. Actually. Okay. The whole plan began when she died. You were executed last month, correct? What do they do? Lethal injection? Oh.
Yes. I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
Hanged is wild. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row when she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. I feel like that would make it harder, her being on death row.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well.
Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? Whoa. Okay, a stupid plan by Morgan Fay. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned? Yeah, so they've framed this entire time as the dad walked out and took the twins. But it sounds like they got kicked out. Dude, Unity, the game has become fun again, and it's shocking to me how much of a slog it actually was. There are things that I like about Trackblazer. I like having the option to use an item to just like fucking tank past a training failure or whatever. But overall, Unity is way more fun.
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her.
Yeah, that is, that's why Trackblazer takes so fucking long, is because you have to fucking look at the shop, close the shop, go fucking race, train maybe, look at the shop again because you forgot if you bought the things. Like, no wonder it takes so long.
Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
But for it to work, Maya would have to die. Yeah. Maya would have to die. But why? You know that, Nick.
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? What do you mean, how could anyone do that? Of course they could do that. Have you met that woman? Okay, the idea was for her to kill Maya and pin it on Iris. You were gonna kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? Because she's alive, what do you mean? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Plan went wrong, but it worked anyway. You think the plan was a success. You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just... she's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? For fun. You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only acted my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge. It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. What do you mean you can't believe it? Phoenix is... I don't line up with Dahlia on a lot of things, but she's right about him being fucking naive as hell, man. It is kind of a Gantt move, isn't it? I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Okay.
There's still so much that we haven't talked about yet. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey? What the goal was? Was executed last month. I like how it doesn't mention that they dated. It was Mia, right?
Objection!
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. Somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Yeah, the afterlife is fucking crazy. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple, and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Well... Yeah, we need Sissel. He's the only one that's gonna solve this. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Yes, she would. She very specifically would. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. That's so funny that you say that, because they make me think of kitty ears. Not all the time, but specifically when she is in the wide shot of the whole court, where you see like the weird sprites of them. But I think you're right that that's probably what they're supposed to be, is horn shape.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick locked stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris.
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened.
Dude, Iris is just doing her fucking best out here, man. It's so sad.
It was then that I learned the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Yahweh. Unfortunate Yahweh. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? I don't fucking have it.
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Ugh. Bro is dying. Ah! The phone! Get the phone! Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. It's crazy that you're just fucking... Dude, all of these people are fucking connected and it's crazy. Yeah, they do that a lot. They Metal Gear it quite a bit. What kind of ringtone is that? It's literally his fucking theme song. What do you mean? Godo here. He's taking the call. Okay. Thanks. What? Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? I think my thought on why Phoenix's ringtone is Maya did it. I feel like she fucking spent like the $2 for the ringtone on the little brick phone. So that she could hear the theme song. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! I'm sorry, I'm not screaming. There's other people in my house. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Has it? Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done. Yeah, well, there used to be default ringtones still. Like, it used to be the same as now, but for whatever reason, nobody likes using normal ringtones anymore. I want to bring back putting like a random song as your ringtone. Imagine if your phone rang and like Yeah by Usher started playing. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, what? Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godo? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
No, but that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. I mean, so it's impossible? There's the fucking plateau that I didn't recognize in the first Eagle River case. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. She would have fucking splatted on the rocks. Well, Mr. Wright? Miss Hawthorne claims that Ms. Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? I have the map. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! Oh! You're right! She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah! Surprise! So you finally figured it out.
You! No!
Yeah. Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. You can't use the same line as another guy just did 5 seconds ago.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you were talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
He reposts yeah. He waits 10 minutes and then he reposts the meme. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is... where... We've established that she's not in the inner temple. I do not see how she could be in the courtroom. I'm also not sure about the temple, but I also feel like that's the only place that could be. But then also, if that was the case, wouldn't Bikini have been like, yeah, here you go. But in the courtroom... Oh, it's her! There's only one possibility left. Namely, She's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here. You say she's in my courtroom. She is hiding under the wheelchair. Dude, I'm so mad about that entire trial. There's no fucking way any of the shit in that trial makes sense. I want to rewrite that fucking trial. From like ground zero. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why? Oh. Not the ad break, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do? The answer is look at my phone for 3 minutes. The whole trial is so bad. I want to rewrite it. I want to sit down and fucking write a better trial than that. I would use the same framework and everything. I'll take the fucking circus. That's fine. The problem is everything else that happens in the case. Damn, you're back from ads already? That's so fast. I always wait the whole 3 minutes because I don't know how long it is for. Because it's different for like everyone. But that was fast. It was fast for you. I feel like often I get the entire 3 minutes. And then sometimes people are like, I'm not back from the ad, and like the ad break has ended like 30 seconds ago. Which is also weird. Dude, this music is both hype and stressful. It would depend on the country, yeah. I find I get a lot of weird ads on Twitch. When I'm watching other people's streams, I get like fucking strange ass ads. I've gotten ads for the military multiple times. And I get like stocks apps ads a lot. Which, I don't know, it's weird. Oh yeah, the Twitch, do you get the Twitch Prime ad? Do you get the Twitch Turbo ad too? Because I get that one. So, okay, let me explain what I thought was going to happen in Big Top, because I am so mad that it didn't go the way that I thought it was going to go. You could honestly still keep the part where like multiple dudes were aspiring to marry this child. You could keep that. However, you have to... The problem with Big Top is that it condones it. You could have these characters still be fucking weird-ass chomos, but if she had been the murderer and the reason she did it was to get out of that having to happen to her, I feel like that would have been so much more compelling. They would never fucking do that. Because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that wouldn't happen, but that's how I wanted it to go, and I was so mad that it didn't happen. Also, I still don't understand what happened at Lordly Taylor. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is like, you would have to tiptoe around it, and I don't know if I feel like they would go that way. It's so funny because Ace Attorney is like filled with people dying all the time, and then it's just like so lighthearted at the same time. Is that what happened? Man. It just happened before he had gone to the other place then. Anyway, we have to determine where Maya Fey's body's at.
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct?
Ah!
It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. I mean, I don't understand why I'm having to answer this question when I just did 2 seconds ago by saying that her body is in the courtroom. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. The judge is just here for the drama. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What?
Surprise! But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean, that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. That Maya's hiding place was you.
No.
Don't say that!
You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp! Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Shut up. Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world? She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me. Hello! Me, of course. Mia. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. It's time! She's here! Dude, Maya's, like, sometimes she's dumb, but, she's, like, pretty quick thinking in situations, I feel like. What do you think about this, man? So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else.
But what? What are you doing here?
That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that. I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Do you think... Does Mia just, like, take over sometimes? Does she just fucking possess them? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey. I also appreciate that the judge is accepting this as fact. You probably do get bored being dead, considering you don't disappear in this world, you just kind of hang around forever in the ghost world. To kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. Does he know? Does he know right now? Has he figured it out? What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman! And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... Okay, so he doesn't know. He's talking about himself. You wound up killing someone else. He doesn't know about it then. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Crazy, by the way. I thought he was saying he knew about the poisoning. Where the poison went. But he didn't know. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. Hanged to death as if you could be hanged not to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Ugh. Ugh. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? You're right. I think Mia takes the cake most of the time. Godo tries, but he's kind of like annoying. Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. You know what Mia has is that she never gets rowdy. She stays calm all the time. And so when she says shit like this, it comes off way stronger. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ugh. Ugh. She's doing the vowels? She's vowling? That's crazy. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. There's a ghost. Pick the fucking camera up. Get her. Take that shit out. She really is a fucking snake though, huh? Her hair came undone. Nick. Sis. Well, peace out. Yeah, I think Phoenix does have some kind of aptitude. Probably not, like, anything serious, but the fact that he gets, like, every now and then he hears Mia and stuff like that, and, like, the fact that he can use the Magatama, I think, would work to convince me of that. The judge is gonna go visit his brother in the hospital, and he's gonna be like, dude, today was the craziest shit I've ever seen. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godo, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. She got dragged back down. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. This is the first time anyone has said that phrase. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Yeah, fucking probably. That's putting it lightly. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Honestly, yeah. I would watch Medium Valley, are you kidding me? Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. He's doing like an end of the movie monologue. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
He is really vibey for sure. You can tell he only operates by vibes because every time shit gets dramatic, he like doesn't have anything good to say or useful. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Goto? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil's spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim. No, Misty Faye. Why did she channel her? But, who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? No. Can you believe it? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. Guilty until proven innocent in this world? Jesus Christ. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. They're flirting? Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Okay, well we gotta do it tomorrow then, man. Or like get her a chair or something. Very well. But first we'll take a brief recess. Yeah, guilty until someone else is proven guilty. That is it. Opposing podiums, blasting each other with aura. But first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Okay, well that's fine then. Hey, trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. I'm gonna say it in front of all of these people here. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Honestly, he's not wrong. Phoenix is in the backpack always. You got some nerve. But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself. Okay, that's enough. This court is now in recess. Okay. Oh no! Iris! Gumshoe is on certain occasions a beautiful woman, maybe.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. Because she's the victim of abuse, Nick. I'll make this easy for you.
My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
Neither did you! Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way.
Well, well.
But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. I feel bad for Terry, except the part where he's in love with Dahlia, who is 14.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys.
I was gonna say offense attorneys.
Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Who could this guy be who definitely doesn't look like a palette swap of anyone else? Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. I'm afraid that he's gonna, like, present something to her and I'm not gonna know what he's talking about.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But... It's my OC. The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Oh, not the bit rate! We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? Insane way to move a body. Still to this day, I feel like it's fucking crazy. It was me. I was the one who received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed so much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Fae. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shichichito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. That's such a good question. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff. Defendant. Yes. The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Don't worry about it. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. Please put on something else. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. I also wonder what the judge's office is like. That's a good question. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Fae? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Peace. Peace out. Dude. We might not finish this game today. This trial is so long. Is this... I saw recently somebody had made a tier list of cases by length. And I feel like this one was like top of the list. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Really? Wow. Tests. Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. I'll get stuck on the stupidest statement there ever was. Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So, what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or...? Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood on that was the blood... Oh, wait, hang on. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Okay. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. This is your fault that she's here, man. Agreed. We could have waited till tomorrow. Very well, please bring in the last witness. She's back in her own clothes. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. He's like, okay. Now then, Ms. Fae? Yeah, unemployed, honestly. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Thanks, man. He's just as good as fucking Edgeworth, fucking out here leaking people's mental health problems and telling them to kill themselves. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Actually, she hasn't seen those things. She's been channeling someone the whole time. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, let's fucking go. At the Inner Temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. She's gonna fucking pass out again. Okay, she was passing through the garden when it happened. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Okay, someone hit her on the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person. But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh! Let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Press her harder! Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was... Oh yeah! That's right! It was dark, that's it! It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training. What? Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. Isn't that light normally on, though? And it just wasn't? So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donim, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? Okay, so she fell and ended up against the lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. The temple is gonna get an OSHA violation in the mail. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. Spill the tea, sis. So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name's Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. Jesus Christ. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was gonna lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. It's hard to say. I think a concussion could probably affect it in that the spirit is inhabiting the body as it is, so any kind of damage the spirit would also be having to deal with. But also, I've been thinking about this for a while and then forgetting about it before I say it. Do you think if you gave somebody a blood transfusion from a spirit medium, could they gain spiritual power? Okay, so what does she do? Scientifically speaking, yeah. She screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Are you not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck! It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. But no one wants to hear about that. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. Pearl did the shit, and she's gonna get the death penalty, because they don't... For some fucking reason, they treat minors exactly the same. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? My last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Yeah, because she's still fucked up. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. There probably was, but I don't remember what it would have been. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Oh! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. I meant to keep that part a secret. Ugh, what have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. You've never said that in your life. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. Okay. I could see a man. Interesting. A man. Who is this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now. Also, earlier she said that she couldn't tell the age or gender of the person, and now she's saying it was definitely a man that she saw. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is in there for training. Okay. Hey, you know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. This doesn't make any sense. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. And then something warm splashed over me. You don't mean... Was it... I didn't know it at the time, but... I think it was probably blood. Is she saying that's when Miss Donim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. Oh yeah, we never talked about that, the blood on the ground. Because there was definitely blood on the ground, because why else would they scrape the snow away like that? Okay, and that's when she passed out. So, what happened next? Dude, she just said she passed out. I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that. No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Alright. A spare prep room? What? I think there was another option I could take in this one. It was her last hope. Oh, okay. I guess... I don't get to know with the last hope. A man. She couldn't see the man. Lantern light. Okay. Ended up against the stone lantern. Okay. It doesn't matter. This is the problem right now. Was not lit the night of the crime. So, there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer! Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Weren't the tiki torches lit? No! Order in the court. Mr. Godo, explain this. Why are you calling on him? What does he know? Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? What? I don't get this joke. Is that legal? What? Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor. The coffee is gray. I maintain the coffee is gray. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Okay, Final Fantasy reference. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Objection! Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick! May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? What men does Maya even know? Are you saying Ms. Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? Coffee's gray. How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. Yes, there was, dog. You were there. Objection! There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godo. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please stop! Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Ms. Fey saw in the darkness? I'll tell you who she saw in the darkness, Your Honor. Maybe a man with a glowing red fucking visor on his face. Because it was pitch black, Ms. Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? The judge can't put two and two together. Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Wasn't there a power outage scene earlier, too? What? This is... but it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. That's right. Well, well. Well, everyone. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Order! Prosecutor Godo! What is the meaning of this? Yes, thank you. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. For real. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness? Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering. Meanwhile, chattering... If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright? Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... The killer! When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Okay. Come on. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes. That's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godo said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Why? Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Why? Why do you think that? Somebody call up Ming, because you're making a fucking assumption here. Okay, the training hall floor. So, you lost consciousness when you were in the garden. Is that right? Yeah, there's only 2. There's not that many men there. Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple. It could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Okay, by the time she got back, it had changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? What do you mean, why? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay, let's put a pin in that one. Okay, here's the ad break. I think I'm gonna get up and get a drink. Perhaps. Like a real drink. Dude, I have had so much fucking sugar this week, it's not even funny. Next week I need to fucking not have any, because this has been crazy. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna run upstairs for a minute. Here be. Okay, I'm back. I went upstairs and I got, I have some mics in the fridge, and I got one of them, and I got some saltines, but they're really stale and they're like not crunchy anymore, and I'm sad. I was hoping there was some like more exciting crackers, because my mom had made like a cheese and crackers and salami kind of platter the other night, but there wasn't any. I was sad. There was these crackers that were like half pretzel. Yeah, you know, I was thinking that that I might have to press the statements in a specific order, because the way that he was like, oh, I'll have to get some more information and before I can ask her again. So at least they telegraphed it a little bit, because sometimes they don't. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. And all the snow had been carefully cleaned up. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. Well, who was using them? An odd fellow indeed, this killer. They're too heavy for Maya to use. And then the only people who seem to be at the temple are Iris and Bikini. And Iris probably weighs around the same as Maya does, and I don't think she's much stronger. And then fucking Bikini is like tiny and her back is bad. Like, there's no way. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, Iris is secretly fucking jacked. The killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Okay, since they did all that work alone, I assumed it was a man, which is really a strange thing to assume based on that. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, this one I think was the one that he wanted to wait on. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems, too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karain killed by own daughter? I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. Who is reporting it in the news like that, Nick? But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? Okay. I'm still curious with this first one. Why did they do that? She lost consciousness. Happened when the victim was stabbed. By the time she got back, it was changed. I did this already. I just want to double check. When she felt about the crime scene. Hang on a second. My nose was running. Zoe. Okay, it was for her sake that the killer cleaned it up. Which is an interesting idea. The body would have caused some other problems too. Yeah, okay. Master of Karain. Indeed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. The torches were lit. Okay, that's how she noticed. The killer probably lit them because it was hard to do it in the dark. Why did they move the body? It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. Okay. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up. The shovels are too heavy. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Also, why take the snow away versus cover it up with more snow? Oh, that's exciting. I got fish and chips with my parents a couple of weeks ago, and it was so good, and I really want to have it again. So she never saw the killer. Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, let me think here. Crane Master's talisman found in the garden. I'm assuming the blood is probably the killer's on that? I don't know for sure. Okay. What about her on the ground? What else have I... They did it for her sake. She would have been the prime suspect. The body would have caused some other problems. Because they would know that it was Misty. So the killer knew that it was Misty as well. Because... Well, not necessarily. The identity thing might just be a happy coincidence. To hide the blood. Why... scoop up the rest of the snow? Why do that? I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Are we gonna talk about this fucking gravy at any point? No, for real though. Nessie. She's like Ming the clam. I'm curious about the talisman. Okay, wait, let me look at this. Here's a picture of her. Burn it. She's our ally. Dusky Bridge photo. Was not lit the night of the crime. The stone lantern. Dude, the picture of Bikini is so funny. Taken by her only pupil. What happened to her book? Where did that go? Also, when did this happen? I can hear my cat crying upstairs. Crane Master's talisman. Misty, why would Misty be channeling him for years? Like, what is the reasoning for that? All of the snow around the lantern. I just am trying things that seem connected. Huh. Interesting. I do like it a lot, though, when they bring back characters that have been in previous games. I feel like it makes them feel more real to me. They don't just show up for one time and then leave, you know? All of the snow. Why pick up the rest of the snow as well? There was something else in the snow. Prince or... I wonder if I've gotten all the pressings done. An unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. Why, though? Because, yeah, it's the whole way around the lantern. Which, there's no need of that unless something happened. Maybe there were footprints of some kind? Somebody hiding behind the lantern until... something? Does that make any sense? Just the snow that was stained with blood. Just assumed it was a man. Yeah, they just kind of went on the ground. I feel like the talisman is bound to come up here shortly. The actual weapon used to murder the victim. I wanted to see a picture of the garden, and I don't have it. A lantern from the inner temple garden. I don't... I'm just trying stuff. Things that were in the garden. All of the snow had been carefully cleaned up. What about the gravy? Could you imagine if there was just more gravy there? Moving the body. What purpose? Is it possible that I haven't gotten something out of the pressing the statements yet? The body was gone. But not the talisman. They left that behind. So, you know, it would match up with the victim. What if there were footprints? When she came to. How long was that? You know?
Objection!
I'm just doing stuff right now. I'm so curious with this. She lost consciousness. Killer carried Maya into the inner temple. The killer must have cleaned it up. And then she thought that it was about her. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm fucked up on this one again. The snow being cleaned up, you mean? A non-specific hint. It's an interesting way to put it. I wouldn't be opposed. It's funny because when I get hints, part of me doesn't want them to be too easy, but part of me doesn't want them to be too hard either. You know what I mean? Because it's like if it's too easy, then I feel like I should have figured it out without the hint. But then if it's too hard for me to figure out, then I feel silly. You know what I mean? The other cleaning up statement. This one? What if it was... Imagine if it was Phoenix somehow. And he just didn't have any memory of it. Bad end. What about the lightning? Also, the assumption is that it happened post the snow falling, right? Because if the snow was still falling, then they wouldn't necessarily have had to got rid of it at all. It was for her sake. That's so funny. Yeah. I'm such a fucking asshole, dude. Opened once before. It was for my sake. The killer cleaned up. Yeah, it's the reason I don't take it immediately is because it feels like giving up. You know? Even though every fiber of my being is like, just fucking give up. I'm just trying stuff, dude. It was for her sake. What about the dagger? We don't know anything about this. Like, still. What if? Could you imagine? I feel like we haven't had to use the Magatama very much. Evil spirits. There was definitely an evil spirit that had something to do with it. What about the staff? None of these have fucking anything to do with what she's talking about, I feel like. Found in the garden. Things that were in the garden. Things that are relevant to the garden. This was in the training hall. Okay, 11037. I mean, there's this, which was 11037. It's so funny that that's like shorthand. Thing upside down. Other 11037. Uh-oh. Leon. Guy named Leon. Not present in the case, unfortunately.
Objection!
I unfortunately don't know another one.
Objection!
Like, I don't have that much fucking evidence. Are there two? I mean, this was connected to the first one, but that can't be it. Other 11037. Insane. Insane to throw gravy on there. There's a second one? This one? Oh, duh. I fucking forgot that that was there. The body of Elise Donim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. It's so funny that you say that, because I look at the picture first, and then I often just like don't make any connection in my head. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. Oh! Now I understand. Because he can't tell where there's blood and where there isn't. So he's overshooting it. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Goto. He hasn't figured it out because he can't see fucking red. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah! Yeah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe off the writing off the lantern? Ah! You're right! Order! Order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't see it. Prosecutor Godo, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. Normal is a crazy word. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? He's a man with a disability. There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Come on. Mr. Godo, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godo? There's no way he could drive, right? Like, there's no fucking way this man can drive a car. He wouldn't be able to process the lights correctly. This lantern was submitted as evidence today. He might be able to see the light itself, like just the lighting, the amount of lighting change, but he definitely can't see the color. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. It's insane that he said this, by the way. Mr. Godo, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's why he changed his color to teal? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trebian. Oh, you remember. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godo. Wait, that's so cute! Dogs are so smart. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godo, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. What is he fucking talking about? The court, everyone in the court's like, what the hell is he saying? I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godo is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godo, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donan, also known as Ms. Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Disquieting is a little mean. I feel like. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. There was another red object, too. In the snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. How long have they been in the court today? Can you explain this, Mr. Goto? Oh, okay. Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Goto, isn't the killer... After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I might not look like it, but I'm... Ugh! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add it to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Goto no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too. Okay. Sorry, I'm finishing the last of my drink. Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Goto arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearly? Also, what does this have to do with you? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Goto. Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Let's fucking go. Okay, Pearl was also stuck on the Inner Temple side. So, where'd Where do you think Pearl slept that night? Where did do?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donan. Okay, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple, side end to end.
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack, too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
Why? So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. The judge seems to be a little more lucid right now. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Godo arrived. Why is he the one asking? So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godo. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo? Yeah, they do kind of like pull rules on him sometimes and not other times. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trait? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godo's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes! Then Mr. Godo... he found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godo.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Damn, okay. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godo style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. What the fuck? Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up? When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearlie...
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. so I gave her my last cup. Of coffee? With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? He had like a mega ultra super giant thermos. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godo when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donim. Okay. There's something else in this one. He cheered her up. I feel like he must. He definitely has somebody else handling the coffee, though, when he's prosecuting, because it always slides down the table toward him. So somebody is filling up his mugs for him. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Straight. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godo say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. Okay. About the gravy? For the first time. Pancakes. Sound incredible.
Objection!
Mr. Godo, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godo is right! That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? Okay, so they have the physical scroll there. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godo, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at that hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So, if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godo described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh! Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godo, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. His enormous parachute pants pockets filled with gravy. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trait? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godo knew about the plan. Huh? It was gray! I'm telling you! The coffee was gray! What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Well, it was opened before. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fey Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me. They're gonna crush her in the garbage disposal. You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right! Mr. Goto couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Goto. This is the one time he's actually reacted to anything. Order! Order! Mr. Goto, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Why? Why? There's other people who would have been in there. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Shut up, bro! Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? That's fair, yeah. It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for a lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection!
Is it? However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goto? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Well, well. Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Goto. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Could it be Mia? There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Goto is a defense attorney? With Your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Goto. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? How did you get all this? How did you figure this all out? The name even. The last time someone called me by that name was over 60 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault! It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself! Mia, you can't cry yet. That's crazy, by the way. To do that. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then, one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open, and the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years. And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? Well, there's the ad break. We have half an hour left in the stream. Do you think we can get there? It's okay if we can't. Finish on Friday, maybe. Not Friday, it's Thursday. Today's Friday. It's one more interior. Okay. That's not too bad. We can go a little long. We got no appointments. Nothing going on. Dude, I pulled yesterday. No, this morning in Pokemon TCG Pocket. I pulled a Munchlax card, and it looks shockingly like Binky from Arthur. Also, it is specific, but like it's real. I'll post the what I'm talking about in the Discord later. I don't think I can pull any packs right now. I think I'm out of pack stamina. I mean, what would you do with it besides put it on cards? At least with cards, like, it gets circulated and people look at it. Right? I feel like, anyway. What kind of game would it be if it had no text? The woman you loathed. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Good ol' Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live, and it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Corain Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Corain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. we met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Gray. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
But, Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? Yeah, literally fucking everybody fucking... He killed off his fucking accomplice, aiming for Dahlia, I guess. And, like... You're a fucking one to blame Nick for quote-unquote killing Mia when you fucking murdered like 6 people. Or at least got them killed. We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. That's so funny, you're right. He really does ignore Red White fully, and it's like, that motherfucker is 100% to blame for that death. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty Fay's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to. Oh! Yep. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fay. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godo. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only 2 possible suspects right now. Maya Fay. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godo. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Gray, show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godo. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
Dude, Grossberg fucked some people over so bad. But even so, alongside Pearl, yeah, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Ms. Fay, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Okay.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Thanks. Yeah, she may be telling the truth as far as she knows it, but clearly there's something wrong here. Alright, before it happened, she saw red lights. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. There's a bug. I'm afraid I'm gonna swallow it again.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Goto's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned toward the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Goto's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she could remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? She thought she'd ask for help and then she was splattered in blood. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead. Struck back. How do you know that? Oh, is this gonna be another fucking, Manfred von Karma with a fucking bullet in his arm?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
suddenly they went out and the whole area was dark, alright? They went out.
Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Goto's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. Pinhead? What could have really happened then? I don't know. There was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? Okay. So then that scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's probably a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Don't say that. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Whoa, could it maybe be the fucking other weapon we have with unidentified blood on it? If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? I don't know, maybe this fucking dagger with blood on it. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. Of course you did. This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Majima was there! Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So this is straight up just a fucking... the same thing. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Goto, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. But that's all it is, a theory. Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? No. There's no way. Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes? What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Gray, not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony. Whoa. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Goto had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. We're acknowledging that we live in cartoon world? What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Goto was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Well, well. Order! Order in the court! What this witness says is... Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Maybe. He didn't take a shower or nothing. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection.
Shut up, Nick. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Nick is fucking grasping at straws here. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Oh, right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Goto of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Let's fucking go! Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Okay, well, I'm gonna save. This song's hype as hell. Aren't you trying to pressure me, Mr. Goto? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So, what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? How do I... How do I indicate what I want to say? What if I just present his portrait? Oh, under a garden pot, of course. What if I just present the portrait? I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Ghost. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Let's fucking go! His fucking stand showed up. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Yeah! Go! It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Goto, would you mind removing your mask? if you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh! Jesus! Why does it generate heat? I feel like there's like a major flaw with this this accessibility device. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. It's the Hottie Clinic. It's the only one they have. But you didn't care. You kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godo.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
He became a Minecraft YouTuber? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason.
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. Gray, I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dolly Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point.
Every character, holy fuck! Even Pearl? Jesus!
Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godo.
I thought he was gonna say something else. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Yeah, Nick said that earlier.
Mr. Armando! I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? I like how, most people would try to pretend it was something besides tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. It's a bad day for Rain, for real. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
If they wanted to go spiritually Danganronpa. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? What? We only met twice.
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
It wasn't Dahlia. Come on, Phoenix, put the fucking pieces together.
I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? Yeah.
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back for me in her place.
but I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she was confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Notice what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
They really did kind of just do that, huh? Also, I've never watched the anime. Is it, like, worth watching? I feel like video game adaptation anime are not usually very good. But what do I know? How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you, though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix, right? Yeah, I think you're right. This sprite looks weird. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim Elise Donim. Oh, you're right, it does have the smooth and hard scene, but so does the game. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. I like how he's like, yeah, you're still kind of guilty, but I'll give you this right now. Court is now adjourned. Wow. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. So, they were in there for almost the whole day. That makes sense. Well, not quite. 10 to 4 is 6 hours. There was a bug that hit my face. There's like a mosquito or something that's been flying around, and it just literally ran into my fucking mouth. Like, my mouth was closed, but it, it hit me. So, I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you? Save my game. Oh shit, you're right. You're so right. They're gonna make me fucking show her something. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again, someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. Hang on. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked? You even saw your mother murdered? Franziska! Still a softie as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Oh, that's why Goda didn't show up, of course. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska? I don't suppose... Go away! There's room for me in this group hug, is there? There's not, frankly. Hydrate. Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? No, it's true. What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Okay, this is what I fucking... Okay. This is what they want me to fucking... That's not bad. Man, I don't think I've ever read an Ace Attorney fanfic. I bet there's good ones out there. Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. He's waiting. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me. Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? Ugh. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Blood turnabout. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Franzi Whippity Whip Whip? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh! I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Okay, here's my quiz. Here's my quiz time. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Poor Franziska. Gumshoe. I'm gonna say probably Sister Bikini. No, it's Pearl. Pearl Fey. The poor kid? After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. You thought I was serious? It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. This picture is so cute. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were! The dry branch. Hang on, I'm gonna write down the number. 4, 3, 6, 9, 9, 5, 3. Perfect. Cool, thanks. Wow! Looks like we got quite the bunch. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ugh! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you! Crybaby! You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Dude, she's always fucking going missing. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. 50 km per hour. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? I'm afraid. Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearlie's not here. Maya, the hanging scroll.
Ah!
How did she do that? Someone clean it off. It's gotta be Pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya!
Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be still alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Okay, well that's a death flag. You shouldn't have said that. I think he needs to pay for like multiple sessions, frankly.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman!
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's... a photo?
Mother! It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh my fucking god. This is why it was crackly at the beginning? Are you kidding me? That's so cute. What the fuck? Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Oh my god, you're so right! Holy fuck, I never even noticed. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. You mean the band? I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't...
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Alright. I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Ha 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 ha. All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Just one little thing. That picture's so cute. I didn't remember that at all.
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Karain and the office manager of Wright & Co. law offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
That's not bad. We did pretty good.
So it's true! Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Don't do that, Pearl. Don't do that. Don't do that. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Don't you wear that color in investigations?
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Also, this coat is Columbo Core. He definitely didn't get anything out of the special course considering the next game after this.
Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I pressed snooze ad and I don't know what's gonna happen.
Desi and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
You are, don't worry.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Dong Tigra, so I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
They're gonna throw Armstrong at me next, and I'm not gonna remember what his voice is. Okay, never mind.
I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
He's only 69? I don't know how old I thought he was, but I thought he was older than that.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
Of course. You would think he may have, yeah. My. More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Iris confirmed no death penalty. Yeah, I think they have to have a palindrome name in order to work there. That's how they get the computers in you.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
She's so nice. That's the 5G mind control. Oh my god, it's Sam Riegel? Has it been Sam Riegel the whole time?
Objection!
Wow. TIL.
Objection!
I don't know the other names yet.
Objection!
I'm so sorry that I don't know the names. I should know these actors, but I don't.
Objection!
I feel like Franziska's voice is like kind of crunchy. The audio? Yeah, I could understand people shipping that. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. Now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgy Poo, I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something just as fragile heart. Oh well, and I will ever find a gentleman like him. Anyway. Macadamia nuts. I finally found something I love to do. Franzi's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. I don't think you need those qualities to be a fucking artist, man. I think that's a little bit unfair to all the artists out there, frankly. Cute. I don't know. Between games or between trilogies? Why are they acting like Godo's dead? He's right there. I would assume that each trilogy, at least, is probably the same engine. But I couldn't say beyond that. Dude. My cat is asleep. And he's sleeping with his face flat against the blanket that he's laying on. He's smushed his face into the couch. Can I take a picture? Can I take a picture and be able to see his face in the picture? Hang on, I'm putting this in the Discord. Yeah. I put the picture in the Discord. Anyway. Oh, fuck. Did I snooze the ad? I did. Okay. Okay. Well. That's gonna do it for, tonight. We finished the friggin' game. So next Thursday, it's Metroid. Next Thursday, it's Metroid Zero Mission. And then Monday, we continue with Core Keeper. I'm really excited to show off my fucking automation systems that I've made. They're not done yet, but they're really fucking cool. But anyway, we will see you all on Monday. Is it Mission Zero? I thought it was Zero Mission. What is Zero Mission? Are you sure? Wait. Metroid Zero Mission, USA. I'm being gaslit. Jesus. Okay, anyway. I hope everybody has a good night, though. And we will see you all on Monday. It's Metoid, of course. Yeah. That makes so much sense. Okay, bye!